Hey, Bill.
Ready?
Ready.
Okay. This quarterly meeting of the Texas State University System Board of Regents will now come to order. This meeting is authorized under the Government Code, Chapter 551, regarding the Open Meetings Act. The agenda for this meeting was registered with the Secretary of State on February 14th. For the record, today's date is February 22nd, 2024, and the time is 12:32 p.m. A quorum of the board is present. Please note for the record that Regent Austin is absent. All present, please rise. Regent Foskey, will you please deliver the invocation?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for another day of life and health. We thank you for this opportunity to assemble in freedom and for those that fought for it. Help us to remember and honor those who sacrificed for our freedom. Thank you for this beautiful campus of Sam Houston State University and those that labored to build it. I ask a blessing on each of the men and women gathered in this room. They have dedicated their careers to educating and training others to meet their goals for a better life. Thank you for them. Thank you for those that work in the Texas State University Systems office to keep our campuses running. And Lord, we thank you for these board members that donate their time to set aside to guide and oversee the system. Help us to make wise decisions that honor and glorify you above all. In your precious name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Regent Gordy will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Regent Long will lead us in the pledge to the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Y'all may sit. Thank you. I want to begin by thanking President White and the Sam Houston State University staff for hosting us this week. It's great to be back on campus. I'd like to thank President White for her hospitality and hosting the regents and presidents for dinner last night. It was great. Thank you very much. Before we get started with regular business today, Chancellor McCall, do you have any comments?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to spend just a few moments talking about an achievement that addresses longstanding problems that we've had in this system and other colleges and universities in Texas, a problem that to a large degree the legislature fixed for us this last session, and that's new funding to help cover the cost of the Hazelwood Legacy Program. The Texas legislature created this program in 1923, allowing military veterans to enroll in up to 150 hours of classes. And in the years that followed, the once manageable Hazelwood cost program ballooned to more than $250 million in 2022. Our system's share of that cost of foregone tuition exceeded $26 million that same year. Or put differently, the cost of the Hazelwood Legacy Program per tuition-paying student was about $400 per student. In 2013, the state legislature allocated $10 million per year, plus $10 million per year for the permanent fund to begin closing that funding gap. Last year, as you can see, the legislature added $185 million per biennium to further close the funding gap, resulting in more than $17 million in new revenue for the Texas State University system, which has significantly reduced the burden on our institutions and students. It's a beautiful chart. We're very thankful for the state's support in helping pursuing college education. But it's a different story in the Texas State University system. You'll see that the national average of fall 22 to 23 in enrollment growth for four-year institutions we're almost double the national average. And our two-year institutions are also more than double in enrollment growth. Good things are happening in this system. We're bucking some negative trends, and we've got a lot to be thankful for. Good work to the presidents and their teams.
Thank you, Chancellor McCall. As we get started with regular business, I would like to remind the board that once a motion is made on an agenda item and the call for a second is requested, please raise your hand and wait for me to recognize you for the proper recording of the minutes. Also, a reminder that we are live streaming in this meeting, and to please silence your phones and devices. Our first item for business is the approval of the meeting minutes held on November 16th and 17th of last year. Regents, are there any additions or corrections to the November meeting minutes? If there are none, I move that the minutes of the quarterly Board of Regents meeting held November 16th and 17th be approved. Do I hear a second? Second by Regent Long. Any discussions? Is there any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. Our next item is the approval of the special call meeting minutes held on November 20th. Regents, are there any additions or corrections to the special call meeting minutes? If there are none, I move that the minutes of the special call meeting held on November 20th be approved. Do I hear a second? Regent Amato? Any discussion? Is there any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. We will now hear reports and motions from the committees. The committees met prior to the board meeting to go over the agenda items in detail. All items under consideration were voted on by the committees before coming to the full board. I will call on the chairs of the committees to present the reports and make motions to the full board. We'll start with the Academic and Health Affairs Committee. Regent Gordy.
Before discussing the agenda items for the Academic and Health Affairs Committee meeting, I would like to invite Dr. John Hayek, our Vice Chancellor for Academic and Health Affairs, to the podium to introduce a guest speaker.
Let's see here, Good afternoon. It's my pleasure actually to introduce Dr. Bill Angrove, our Chief Online Education Officer at the Texas State University System. He's also Associate Vice President for Online Learning at Sam Houston State, to provide some brief remarks on and a short video on our 2023 Online Education Annual Report. And as he's coming up, I'd also like to give an acknowledgement to his team at Sam Houston State, who helps produce the report and the video, but also does an amazing job of helping coordinate and support our shared services in the online space across our system as well. So with that, Dr. Angrove.
Thank you, Dr. Hayek. I appreciate that. Chair Tinsley, Chancellor McCall, Regents, thank you for the opportunity. I also want to thank, while I have the chance, our partners in the Shared Services Project, and that is the provosts of each of our institutions in the Shared Services Partnership. They play an integral role, and we couldn't do this without them. So today we're going to show a short video about our key performance indicators in online education, a little bit about shared services, and some information about some of the research around disability services in online education. So please roll the tape.
This edition of the Texas State University System Online Education Annual Report quantifies 3 key performance indicators for each of our 7 institutions. They are the number of online degree programs offered, the number of semester credit hours generated online, and the number of degrees that were awarded online. We are pleased to report that we have made substantial progress on the 2025 goals. The Texas State University System has long strived to expand and enhance its online education offerings, making digital learning more accessible. With an eye to the future, TSUS institutions are collectively shaping a fresh strategic direction that prioritizes fair digital access so every student can thrive. Accessibility is key to achieving this vision. Well-planned support systems like the TSUS Shared Services Project and other partnerships of value enable success. While progress has been made, maintaining a commitment to accessible online environments is imperative. As education delivery transforms, TSUS institutions are proactively shaping the digital era to foster accessible learning for all. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Engrove, for that update. Very impressive results and certainly lots of positive momentum for future growth, innovation, and collaboration. Now for the committee report. The Academic and Health Affairs Committee met telephonically on Monday, February 12th, 2024. It was chaired by me with committee member Regent Vosk and Regent Flores in attendance, as well as representatives from our institutions and system staff. All action and consent items were reviewed, discussed, and approved by the committee to be moved to the full board. The first item for approval is from Sam Houston State University. Chair Tinsley, I move that Sam Houston State University be authorized to offer a 100% online Master of Science degree in Business Security and Resilience, effective fall 2024. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Amato. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next item for consideration from Sul Ross State University. Chair Tinsley, I move that Sul Ross State University be authorized to offer a Bachelor of Applied Science degree in Organizational Leadership at the Alpine campus, effective fall 2024. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Scott. Any discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next item is also from Sul Ross. Chair Tinsley, I move that Sul Ross State University be authorized to offer a Master's of Art degree in Anthropology, effective fall 2024. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Armato. Any discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Before voting on the next item from Texas State University, I would like to invite President Dempus to provide brief remarks.
Thank you, Regent Gordy. Over the past 125 years, Texas State University has conferred 18 honorary doctorates, the first to Lyndon Baines Johnson in 1962, one of our most distinguished alumni. The second to Lady Bird Johnson in 1983. She was the first non-alumnus to receive an honorary doctorate. George Strait received one in 2006, and Regent Flores is our second most recent honorary doctorate in 2015. Texas State University is seeking authorization to confer 2 honorary doctorates, one to Nelson Avery and another to his brother John Avery. If I may, I'll just speak about both of them at the same time. Their significant support and contributions towards excellence at Texas State University fulfills its missions, values, and its goals, which is the key criteria for receiving this honorary doctorate. The Avery family is one of the founding families of Round Rock, Texas, and for generations, the family has been instrumental in establishing Round Rock as a pro-business, education-centric, civic-minded, and family-friendly community. They have received several accolades, including the Round Rock Chamber of Commerce Lifetime Achievement Award in 2016, the Greater Round Rock Community Innovation and Philanthropy Award in 2015, and were named Citizens of the Year by the Round Rock Chamber of Commerce in 2007. Formerly known as the Round Rock Higher Education Center, the Texas State University Round Rock campus was established in 1996 and consisted of several temporary buildings behind a local high school. In 2003, the Avery family donated 101 acres to Texas State University to establish a permanent Round Rock campus. The land had been in the family for 6 generations, dating back to Arvid Nelson's arrival to the United States from Sweden in 1854, and the land was valued at $2.85 million at the time. The first building on the Round Rock campus opened in 2005 and was appropriately named in the family's honor. We currently have 1,800 students at the Round Rock campus and are anticipating growth by 2030 to 10,000 students. We have 14 new degree programs that will be starting there in fall 2024. In addition to these gifts, this gift, the Avery brothers have both led distinguished careers both in healthcare and in law. The Avery brothers continue to be intimately involved in the life of Texas State University Round Rock campus, and we are indebted to their gift and their continued input. We respectfully request authorization to confer the Doctor of Humane Letters upon Nelson and John Avery.
Thank you, President Davis. Chair Tinsley, I move that Texas State University be authorized to confer the honorary degree Doctor of Human Letters upon Dr. A. Nelson Avery and Mr. John S. Avery. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Seconded by Regent Long. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next item for consideration is from Lamar Institute of Technology. Chair Tinsley, I move that Lamar Institute of Technology be authorized to offer an Associate of Applied Science degree in Automotive Technology effective spring 2025. Mr. Chairman.
Do I hear a second? Regent Flores seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
The final item for consideration is informational only. The Fall 2023 Certified Enrollment Report for the Texas State University System. Any remaining items are included in the consent agenda unless someone wishes to remove an item from consent. This concludes the committee's report to the board.
Thank you, Regent Gordy. With that, we'll pass it over to the Finance and Audit Committee. Regent Lee.
Thank you, Chair. The Finance and Audit Committee met telephonically on Tuesday, February the 13th, 2024, to discuss finance and audit items included in today's agenda. I chaired the meeting, and fellow committee members, Regents Austin, Long, and Scott, were present. We were also joined by Regent Flores. The Finance and Audit Committee considered all items, and the committee agreed to move each item to today's meeting for the board's consideration. The first item for consideration is Texas State University System authorization of set mill plan rates. Chairman Tinsley, I move that the accompanying schedules titled Proposed Mill Rates effective fall 2024 be approved.
Do I hear a second?
Sorry. Chairman Tinsley.
Chair Regent Amato. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next item for consideration is Texas State University System authorization to set residence hall rates. Chairman Tinsley, I move that the accompanying schedules titled Proposed Residence Hall Rates effective fall 2024 be approved.
Do I hear a second? Seconded by Regent Flores. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next item is Texas State University System delegation of authority to the chancellor to bind system-wide property insurance coverage. Chairman Tinsley, I move that the chancellor be delegated authority to bind system-wide property insurance coverage for the 2024-2025 policy year.
Do I hear a second? Regent Foskey. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next agenda item is Texas State University System 29th Supplemental Resolution. Chairman Tinsley, I move that the 29th Supplemental Resolution to the Master Resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of Board of Regents Texas State University System Revenue Finance System Revenue Bonds be adopted.
Do I hear a second? Regent Flores. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next item on the agenda is an informational-only item. It was a presentation by Carol Fox on the status of implementation of audit and compliance recommendations. The remaining items are all included in the consent agenda: Texas State University System's quasi-endowment report, Sam Houston State University's 22nd Amendment to Food Service Agreement with Aramark, Sul Ross State University's Information Technology Services contract with Campus Works, Texas State approval of the revised bylaws of the Texas State Research Foundation, and Lamar State College's Aleutian order form were all presented in the consent agenda. This concludes the Finance and Audit Committee's report.
Thank you, Regent Lee. With that, we'll go to the Planning and Construction Committee. Regent Scott.
The Planning and Construction Committee met on February the 13th, 2024 to discuss the planning and construction agenda. I chaired the meeting. Regents Austin and Flores were in attendance. The committee considered all items and agreed to move each item to today's meeting for the board's consideration. The first item for consideration is Sam Houston State University design development documents for the Health Professions Building. We have a short video that was prepared to highlight this project. Run the video. Thank you. I think we're all impressed with where this technology has taken us. I feel like I just walked through the building, and I remember, and I won't say how many years ago, but the first one of these that we saw when I was on the board, there was nothing like this. So in the last 10 years, it's really gone a long way. Chairman Tinsley, I move that the design development documents for the Health Professions Building project at Sam Houston State University be approved.
Do I hear a second? Regent Amato. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you. The next item for consideration is Sul Ross State University Master Plan Eagle Pass. And Gail Ferry Catlinas with Fries and Nichols is going to present for us this morning. And following that, Dr. Carlos Hernandez will provide commentary.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. So my name is Gail Ferry Catalinas. I'm a landscape architect and planner with Friesen Nichols, and I led the Sul Ross State University Master Plan Eagle Pass campus effort over the last year or so. A little bit of context, the 2021 Sul Ross State University Master Plan that focused primarily on the Alpine campus recommended an independent Sul Ross facility in the Rio Grande Valley to expand program offerings in the region to now offer four-year degrees. And so this master plan is a step towards realizing that vision. So next slide. The site is a 100-acre undeveloped property on the northeast side of Eagle Pass, Texas. Eagle Pass is located on the border with Mexico, so we do anticipate there will likely be international students attending this campus as well. The exhibit on the left has some dashed yellow lines. Those are proposed roads that are anticipated to be built by others. You can see them a little bit clearer on the image on the right, and you can also see that the site is bisected by two creeks, and there's a variable level pond towards the east edge of the property, which ultimately becomes kind of a central feature of the master plan. Next slide. These are some site photos. So this property is kind of a desert-like open space. This is at the top of the slope at the northern part of the property, so clearly very arid, kind of sparsely vegetated. And next slide, you'll see as you move down towards where the creeks are, it gets a little bit greener, a little bit more lush, but we're still probably not getting large, beautiful shade trees out on this property. Next slide. In terms of analysis, in addition to what you've seen, we also focus pretty heavily on natural features, really looking at sun and wind patterns and how we can make this site feel most welcoming and comfortable for pedestrians who are going to be outside. Slopes and drainage were really important as we were considering where certain types of development are and are not appropriate on the site. There are no existing utilities on the property, but they are all within a reasonable distance. Next slide. So working with a core group of individuals from the university and the Texas State University system who acted as our committee, we established 6 planning principles. The first of which is that this campus really does look and feel like it kind of grew out of the site rather than us clearing it and starting over. We want to make sure that pedestrians feel comfortable walking around. It is going to be hot and very sunny, so looking for all the ways possible to make that comfortable. We want to have lots of really vibrant outdoor experiences that are welcoming to all different groups. In terms of welcoming, we also want to make sure that this campus, whether you're an incoming freshman, a returning senior, or maybe a first-generation student, that it feels like this is where you're meant to be. So that's not only high-quality education, but also opportunities for socializing, relaxing, recreating, and just generally feeling that this could be a home. As an undeveloped property, phasing was extremely important, not only the layout of the facilities and circulation, but also thinking about phasing of services and programs and how that will expand over time as enrollment increases. And then ultimately the goal of this plan and this campus is to really solidify Sul Ross as an educational pillar in the region. The plan is divided into 4 phases. The first phase has 2 subphases. In phase 1A, target enrollment is about 1,200 to 2,000 students, and all facilities and services will be focused into one multipurpose academic building, which is centrally located on the property. There's an in-out entry road, kind of loop in the center of the campus. Next slide. This is a rendering showing what that first building could look like. A couple things I want to bring to mind. There is a breezeway running through the building, which was very intentional and will be repeated on many of the buildings on the campus. It will help to shorten the pedestrian distances that they have to walk and also provide shade and greater comfort with the climate out there. And then also from a landscape perspective, you're going to see a lot of non-vegetative ground covers trying to reduce water consumption and water needs on this site. Next slide. Phase 1B, target enrollment gets up to 2,500, and so we add one more building being an academic and faculty office building, and parking expands accordingly. Next slide. This is a rendering of the final build-out, but is really focused on those first 2 buildings. So the building on the right is that first multipurpose academic building, and then just left of that is the academic and faculty offices, and you've got the in-out entry road at the foreground of this rendering. In phase 2, enrollment doubles and to 5,000, and services are really starting to get more robust at this stage. So building 3 is an onboarding and student services building, which will ultimately transition to a standalone student center when onboarding shifts elsewhere in future phases. Building 4 is a mixed-use academic and library building. And then as we shift to the north side of the creek that bisects kind of the center of the property, we have a central plant, a student wellness center, the first student housing building, which will hold 400 students, and then the first commons and dining facility. In terms of transportation and landscape, you get a full loop road around the campus at this point, which is the solid black line around the perimeter. There are a variety of ways you could shorten it if desired, and the dashed line is just showing one of those. You'd have additional entry monuments at the additional entries at this point, and then the recreation quad is the first focused green space, which you'll see on the next slide. This is a rendering of that recreation quad. So on the left side is the Student Wellness Center. In the far right side of this image is that dining and commons facility. There are 2 areas on campus where we are recommending open turf grass or a lawn area so students can kick a ball around or, relax, read a book, throw out a picnic blanket, something like that. This is one of those areas. There's also some planting around the edge and structured shaded seating. Next slide. In Phase 3, target enrollment jumps to 7,500. We have a standalone administration building at this point in Building 9. 10 is a general academic building, and Building 11 at this point, onboarding and welcome center becomes its own standalone facility fronting the eastern edge of the property, and we have 2 more student housing complexes. You have your full loop road at this stage, more parking, and then 4 green spaces. We have what we're calling the north courtyard at the very far north, which is envisioned as kind of a quieter space primarily for students living on campus. We've got a welcome center courtyard, which is just south of the welcome center along the eastern frontage of the property. It will be visible from that access road along the eastern edge, and also definitely through the breezeway that will be through that building. And we have a native plant garden that is envisioned as kind of a linear garden along a pedestrian corridor that sort of hugs that pond area on the east edge of property. And then an entertainment quad, which is south of the library and student center and will ultimately have student housing on the other sides. This is a rendering of what that entertainment quad could look like. So this is the second area where we have focused turf grass in the center of the quad. There are a variety of seating areas around the edges, and then what you're seeing primarily here is an amphitheater. So this would be used for daily activities from students, faculty, and staff, but also university events, or even the greater Eagle Pass community if they wanted to use it for events. And then at final build out, we're looking at a target enrollment of about 10,000 people or 10,000 students. This phase is focused on the south side of campus, so building 14 is an academic building focused on health professions, 15 is for engineering and technology, and 16 is a general academic building. We have our final 2 student housing buildings, so that brings student housing on campus to 2,000 students. And then the final building is a multi-level parking garage where a portion of the first floor would be used as a second commons and dining facility that would serve folks who are more focused on the south side of campus. We also add an intramural and recreation sports area in the southwest corner of the property during this final phase, and 2 additional courtyards. One is the dining courtyard, which is just north of the parking garage and dining facility, and then the last one is in the center of the 3 academic buildings in the southeast corner. Next slide. So this is our illustrative plan. It shows you those 14 or 19 buildings I just described, the majority of which are 3 and 4 stories, which is intentional so that we can get as compact of a layout as possible, and it also allows the buildings to cast more shade. So we have that outdoor event space, a variety of different gathering areas of multiple sizes for both informal and formal uses. That recreation area in the southwest corner is currently showing 2 soccer fields, 4 sand volleyball courts, 2 basketball courts, a picnic pavilion, and restroom. It could be other uses ultimately, but that's generally what fits there. We have the native plant garden, as I described, and 2 really important things, just maximizing shade out here. It is going to be hot and it is going to be sunny, so we want people to feel like they still want to be here, so lots of shade opportunities. And then also, this is a 100-acre property. You're not going to landscape the whole thing, so everything that you see that's kind of tan or the darker green areas along the creeks there, that is the native site vegetation intended to remain as is. Landscape enhancement will be focused around buildings, pedestrian areas, and then you have those 2 areas of turf grass. So on the final slide, this is a rendering showing the ultimate build-out of the campus. In the bottom left corner, you see that in-out entry road and entry monuments. On the far left, you see the academic courtyard. In the far back side of this rendering, you see the intramural sports area. Kind of bisecting the whole campus is that creek corridor that has the native plant garden and variable level pond kind of tucked in there. And then on the right side, you see at the front edge would be that welcome center courtyard, really trying to be kind of a wow moment. So thank you for listening about the Sul Ross State University Master Plan Eagle Pass campus. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you. It was a lot of work and it was very fun.
Thank you, Gail. Dr. Hernandez?
Quite simply, we're thrilled with the forward progress on this project, not only for Sul Ross, but for the stakeholders in Eagle Pass who have long dreamed of this opportunity in their region. It is an area of growth in Texas, and with that growth comes a kind of need that can only be filled by higher education. We're pleased with the plan, and we know that together we're bringing something special to the students of the Tri-County area. We have a long way to go, of course, but this is a worthy effort. While it's taken a while to get to this point, this planning process has been smooth and efficient, and I want to thank everyone involved, especially the team at Friesen Nichols, for the support and hard work. I'm happy to respond to any questions you may have.
I do believe he will get the students from Mexico. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Chairman Tinsley, I move that the 2024 Sul Ross State University Master Plan for the Eagle Pass campus be approved.
Do I hear a second? Regent Gordy. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item for consideration is a Texas State Design Development documents for the STEM classroom building, and they also have a short video prepared to highlight this project. Thank you. Dr. Danfus, would you like to make any comments?
Happy to do so. We are excited about adding this new classroom building for our growing STEM fields. Particularly, we'll be hosting computer science and mathematics in this new building. The building, if you're familiar with the campus, will be located in the area where the old president's residence used to be. Be right next to the new residence halls that we are building right now. Planning for the new STEM building began in 2018 with further refinement and studies being completed in 2022. The site is on the west side of the San Marcos campus and is the best fit for that project, aligning where many of our science and engineering disciplines are located in the same area. The new building will provide updated space and state-of-the-art facilities for computer science and mathematics departments, and we're excited about the potential of moving forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Chairman Tinsley, I move that the design development documents for the STEM classroom building be approved.
Do I hear a second? Regent Lee. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes.
The next item on the Planning and Construction Committee agenda is informational item only. It's the 2023 Campus Condition Report. There is no motion or vote necessary on this, and the next one is the Quarterly Planning and Construction Report. I will comment that a number of years ago, we determined that the condition report needed to be done by third parties rather than in-house, and I think that system has worked very well. And the Quarterly Planning and Construction Report, we're once again climbing the mountain in terms of the amount of work that we're doing on our universities, thanks to the Texas legislature, and a lot of work is now in design, and we'll see these kind of programs coming through for the next year and a half, 2 years at least, hopefully longer. The remaining items are included on the consent agenda, additions to current 2024 through 2029 capital improvements program is on the consent agenda. And Mr. Chairman, this concludes the Planning and Construction Committee report.
Thank you, Regent Scott. With that, we'll move on to the Rules and Regulations Committee. Regent Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Rules and Regulations Committee met by telephone on Wednesday, February 14, 2024, and discussed the items on the Rules and Regulation agenda. I chaired the meeting, which was also attended by committee members Regent Foskey and Regent Lee, as well as Chairman Tinsley and Student Regent Elgar. The Chancellor and representatives of the System of Administration Office and the component institutions also were present. The meeting was duly posted in accordance to the Texas Open Meetings Law. The committee voted unanimously to recommend that all agenda items be placed on the consent agenda, and unless any regent would like to move one of those rules to the meeting agenda, the committee recommends that they remain a part of the consent agenda. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the Rules and Regulations Committee report.
Thank you for your report, Regent Flores. In view of the Rules and Regulation Committee's recommendation to place these proposed rules on the consent agenda, no action is required at this time. With that, we'll turn it over to the Government Relations Committee, Regent Amato.
Sean, would you like to come up and give the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Regents, Presidents, Chancellor. I much prefer the February board meeting in the even-numbered years to those of the odd-numbered years when the legislature would be in full swing. My blood pressure is better. My stress levels are better. However, we are in the midst of a rather high-profile and tumultuous campaign season that has certainly kept our attention in Austin, and so I'll give you a quick overview of the upcoming primaries and some outreach that has occurred since we spoke last, and a quick look ahead over the spring. I'll also give a more in-depth federal update as we approach our DC fly-in later next month. Regarding the March primary update, we are just 2 weeks away from the March 5th primary, and the early voting is in full swing. I could spend the next hour going over all the races and the rather complex political dynamics involved in each of these races, but I'll spare you the gory details. Of course, we will provide you and your team with the results of the primaries, and we'll likely have a long list of runoffs. The date of the primary runoff election will be May 28th, so we are likely far from the end of this primary season. Of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight a couple of the high-profile races we are watching, including Speaker of the House Dade Phelan, Representative Gary Van Dever, who chairs the Article 3 subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, Representative John Kemple, who chairs the Higher Ed Committee in the House, and Representative Dwayne Burns, who chairs Land and Resource, but is also a member of the Higher Ed Committee. Since I last addressed the board, the Texas State University System GR team has continued to make outreach a priority. We've had the pleasure of meeting with staff from both of our U.S. Senators' offices. A special thank you to President Kelly Danfus and his team, who hosted staff from Ted Cruz's office on campus recently. We discussed all the exciting things happening at Texas State with a focus on research at the federal level. In the past week, we met with staff from Senator John Cornyn's office in Austin to discuss a wide range of topics facing higher education and the exciting things happening across our system. The GR team has also met with staff from State Senator Brandon Creighton's office to discuss the implementation of several pieces of legislation and discuss some of the issues our system will be following as we approach the next legislative session. After all, it's never too early to start planning for the next legislative session, right? Looking ahead, another focus of the GR team over the next several months will be interim charges and hearings. Charges are usually approved by the respective chambers shortly after the primary, and with interim hearings beginning soon after. As I've mentioned before, we are always on the lookout for interim charges that allow our institutions to highlight the incredible work we are doing or give us an opportunity to highlight potential issues facing our students, faculty, and staff. When those charges are issued, we will, of course, provide them to you and your staff to review and keep you apprised as interim hearing dates are announced. I do now want to focus my remarks a little bit more on that upcoming DC fly-in that I mentioned earlier. The Normandy Group, our contract lobbyists in DC, have put together a preliminary draft of our schedule, and it's packed with a lot of interesting meeting opportunities, and we this year are focusing in on a lot more agency meetings than we are on Capitol Hill meetings, but we will have a handful of Capitol Hill meetings with the members of our delegation who represent our institutions. Just some high-level topics or meetings that we've been able to secure so far. The Department of Defense at the Pentagon will have meetings with their Research and Engineering Chief Technology Officer, the Assistant Secretary for Defense of Science and Technology. We'll also have meetings with the White House, where we'll be meeting with a Special Assistant to the President for Labor and Workers, a Special Assistant for Agriculture and Rural Policy, and we'll be meeting with someone who is the Senior Advisor on Workforce Development, who's within the Office of the First Lady. We also have meetings scheduled for the National Science Foundation. We are also working on a couple of meetings with transportation officials, the Ag Secretary, and the Department of Energy. I've included a list of all of the things happening at the federal level. I passed that out to you, should be in front of you. It's very dense, so I don't expect to go over that in detail, but I'll let you read that at your leisure. And with that, if there's no questions, that concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman.
Questions?
No?
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Cunningham. Since no action is required on this report, the board will now consider contracts, personnel, and miscellaneous items. The next order of business is the approval of contracts. All items in the contract section have been moved to the consent agenda. Are there any questions from the board? There being no questions or objections, the next order of business is the personnel section. The only item in this section are the faculty personnel reports, and these could be found in the consent agenda. The next order of business is the miscellaneous section. The first item under this section is from Sam Houston State University for authorization to name the new president's home the Smith Linneman House. At this time, I'll ask Dr. White with Sam Houston State University to comment on this motion.
Thank you, Chairman Tinsley. In May 2023, Dr. Susan Smith Linneman committed to the Sam Houston State University Foundation to purchase a home in Huntsville for the university's use. Many of you visited last night, and actually since we moved in June, we've hosted more than 300 visitors, faculty, staff, students, and community members, and it's been a wonderful addition to the university. Dr. Linneman's passion for education and her dedication to Sam Houston has been evident for more than 20 years. She has regularly donated to the university, she's sponsored events, she was a catalyst in the Life Member Initiative for alumni, and she has endowed scholarships to support students. Her generous support allows me and future presidents to live and host events in a quality residence that is absolutely made for entertaining with, might I add, great parking, which cannot be overestimated. And it fosters community engagement, complements other presidential homes throughout the Texas State University system. And we are very thankful to Dr. Linneman for this gift and ask that you would consider naming this in her family's honor.
Thank you, Dr. White. Regents, do you have any questions or comments? Then I move that Sam Houston State University be authorized to name the new president's home the Smith Linneman House. Do I hear a second? Regent Gordy, second. Any discussion? Is there any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes. The other action items in the miscellaneous section have been moved to Friday's agenda, and the remaining items in the miscellaneous section can be found in the consent agenda. Before we recess to executive session, I would like to share with the group that this evening's reception and dinner begins at 6:15 p.m. at the Loman Student Center White Ballroom. Transportation will depart from the hotel at 6 o'clock p.m. The board will now recess to executive session in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, sections 551.071 through 551.074 of the Government Code. No votes will be taken in the executive section. For the record, the time is 1:24 p.m.
Yes, sir.
We will now reconvene in open session. The time is 4:18 p.m. For the record, in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, no votes were taken or decision reached in no executive session. If there's no further business and without objection, we will stand in recess for the day and reconvene in open session tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock a.m. The time is 4:19 p.m. Thank you all.